Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there...
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Yeah, what was that?
Ah, that.
The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor.
In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater.
So the fortress...
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, by the way...
I believe...
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes.
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel... Oh yeah, Paimon... Then be sure to come back...
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us...
I knew you'd ask.
Well, you actually agree...
Ah, so you'd...
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble.
Oh, we get into trouble. That's our kind of deal.
Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabine is finished. That's the end of another we should probably go report to... You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette?
I'm sure just your regard...
I believe...
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days.
Man, we go up there and freaking, the world just implodes. See, that would be funny. If the world just imploded. Although, I don't know how that would make sense. Shoot. I mean, maybe. Just maybe. Furina wants to kill us all. I mean, foreshadowing? It's probably not. What are you guys cooking? What are you guys fixing? What are you guys fixing? I said, what are you guys fixing?
I have to keep an eye on the deployment of guards at all times.
We still don't even know what child is.
Mom, last time we couldn't find your hot stuff in the bag.
Still haven't found a child.
The Palais Marmonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
I actually don't know who. I forgot what they were called, but they're not human. Obviously.
Excuse me. Would you mind? I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my...
No.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
I guess. I mean, but who knows? Maybe the Earth will just implode. Foreshadowing?
Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just... In the meantime, please, have a seat.
That's all right. We just...
Very well.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
We're gonna wait here for like, what, 3 hours? It doesn't even look like that much important freaking work is going on.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede. And...
That's right. And we came...
a massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But...
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely Yes? What is it?
Oh, right. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area...
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater...
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on him.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes.
Okay, but instead of doing that, there's only one option. And that's to blow this entire place up.
I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Let's just hope my mom is okay. My wife is
in here.
Jesus Christ. Well, maybe not, but jeez.
Navia should be around here, right? We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone.
Just stay put! We're coming up! Watch your balance!
I'll... I'm not young.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened?
Dang.
It hurts!
Hey.
Just hang in there. Help is on.
So you don't have fireworks, kids.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
No. No. How do we teleport over here?
We heard there was a situation in Poisson.
Yes. As you can see, the
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we? Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been... The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson, no one knows if this could happen again.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Oh. No. Oh, no. Oh.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
Okay, but every character canonically has a wind glider, yeah? So why not just jump down?
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay. The wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived. Of course, we should remain ready for anything. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Oh.
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
You know what? I think best Oh, I slipped. Oh. How am I gonna get there? You know, if Trump jail contract would last forever, he could make a freaking he could make like his conflicts if he could manipulate them. Buff to geo travel. So look around you and tell me what you really see. Not gonna lie and make the difference between you and me.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation...
Right. That's how things are now.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but they were helping and... I've known them for so long. I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just... gone. I just can't...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy...
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps...
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you...
That makes sense. In that case...
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey... I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena... Khan... So... everyone...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you.
Wait, do you?
We just met recently.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying
You're right. I'm sorry. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which, Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near... Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster...
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all... Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friend.
Oh! That's so...
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But so...
Got it! So all we gotta do...
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join?
But are you sure you're up to it?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair, but there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our... Besides, I'm also...
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say? All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going. these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in.
Just be careful.
I'm always killed. How have I ever crashed?
You want me on your team?
The Spina's on the case.
Something's come up?
Teamwork is dreamwork. Yeah. Feeling lucky?
To dust!
Feeling lucky? A proper send-off from the Spina with love. Oh. Umbrella warfare, I guess. Cha!
I clicked the wrong button.
As per our contract.
Don't blink. Born of ice and frost. Blaze over.
Quick!
Let's light it up. Cut to the chase. Incoming. I'm going in. Speed of light. Hey! Access denied. Off we go. Don't blink. With sword comes shadow.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help. Don't get by my wrong. We're not...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave the... That complicates things.
In that case, do you...
The water levels here are unstable. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with... Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
There's something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. What?
Yes, it would appear so.
That's quite possible.
Oh. It must have slipped. This is a familiar feeling.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny?
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh? Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token.
Did you cultivate them yourself?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's.
Very well.
Wait. Something's... Excuse me, madam.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is a... I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle.
Huh? We do?
Well, now...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the opera house?
Wait, pause. Pause. Oh, wait. That's what it is. Why the fuck are we back here?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh?
What? What's happening? It's still happening.
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
Okay, so it isn't a one-time thing. How long are we gonna be here?
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There's just a single problem. Navia has memory loss, which is, not good in a flashback. Wait a minute. What the hell is even going on?
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not... As all here know, you are Master Callus. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just... Not only you, but your butler, your...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you... We are one big family, all of us who... Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Okay, so we're, gonna cut back and go, what? And... what is happening?
Huh? What are you saying? Everything...
Oh, well, if...
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Was there some, like, lost footage that what is going on?
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Okay, doing some quick calculations, I can confirm that this is bullshit.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Nav...
She was born a free and independent spirit. She hasn't...
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as... Please do not mistake...
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
Okay, pause. You just gonna corrupt my life like that. Second.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. Have you forgotten how much you all once wrought?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
I'm getting it now. This is the soul of the damned.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and that.
Ugh, my head.
Demoiselle.
Silver. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid. And don't
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Not the soul of the damned.
Don't let them escape! We shall—
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us.
No, let's just get past what we just saw.
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
So they're all ocean.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
Where did you come from?
That's...
Where did you come from? Why weren't you here earlier?
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day.
Our thanks, Miss...
Please leave with me, Miss Navia.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance.
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you...
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
So we were the soul of the damned. Why do we keep going to that place? So we were in the soul of the damned. Just like I said.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
Wait a minute, last time I checked, you fall to the ocean.
You're awake. Good.
Where did you... Why does it just come out of nowhere? Like,
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive.
It looks like you're all...
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have...
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, you were just about to be dissolved. I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment. Were it not for their intervention,
Wait! Did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that...
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so... Oh, Paimon, no...
I merely thought that we should give...
Huh?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well.
No way, don't worry.
I see. Well, that is...
Oh, and the Duke also...
Thank you. I have indeed been busy.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about... So, never... This isn't going anywhere. Let's...
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Yeah. Mobile. Dada Kundala.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step. Speed of light. Hey! Watch out! There are rocks falling here!
To dust!
Cut to the chase. Incoming! All hail!
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Terra Smash!
It seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Yeah.
We're way behind schedule.
touching. Blaze over. Born of ice and frost. I'm going in! Speed of light. Hey! With sword comes shadow. Let's light it up! Access denied. I can fix this! Born of ice and frost.
Adventure time!
Access denied.
Everybody stand back! Off we go!
We're way behind schedule. This is long overdue. Next on the agenda. Don't blink! Nowhere to hide.
Terra Smash!
Next up.
Yeah! Yeah!
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
trial. Nigga.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates. It seems like...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around?
The fourth image. I know this one.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the... More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient...
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right?
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but the previous Archon kneeling before the floating island...
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all.
But who would have created...
It seems that any further clues will have to come...
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that?
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my...
Are you really going to talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets, and will not give them up easily.
All right, we'll leave it in your hands then.
I will be careful.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please... All right.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi! Ooh, Hyman's already starting to forget.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
No, that's my question. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Mona?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to...
Still, we didn't expect to see...
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the... Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though?
Yeah.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of
Wow! Imagine including a...
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well. If Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars.
Thrice as great? That's so... petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus.
Talk about obsessed.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontaine.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes.
Oh, that's a good thing then.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist.
Really? You think if you use your eyes like a instead of being an Asian person?
The invitation was sent quite early on.
What do you make of that prophecy?
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful.
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues. All right, I'll help you.
Thanks, Mona.
Oh, well, this is something.
That's the greatest of astrologists!
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's any...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be...
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicion. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. Huh. The things Paimon does for you. That's more like it. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go.
You're here!
Is that...
Monsieur Durvalette and Lady Farina, they...
Oh, boy, so arguing. This is not gonna go too well.
Like I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly... It is not my intention to offend you, but look at this.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. I will say this once more. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. But you found that...
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you. The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island.
I don't.
I'll ask you again. My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. I understand your concerns.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina. There are several indications that you have been investigating the This is not strange in itself. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be.
Well, since you know about my secret investigation, there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to... That's all I have to say. We do not discuss... Oh! the...
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You know...
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. How Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basic... Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue... We may have to create a situation in which she will...
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
I'm sorry, but you want us to take the Hydro Archon to court?
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging
We will need to consider this thoroughly. Join forces with... If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but... This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Who are we calling though? Like, who? Like surprise guest is king, right? But
Well, that's everyone. Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
I'm black and I'm back and I shot a kid in the racks.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
I'm not your brother.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
No! I'm still playing Genshin, you morons! To myself, yes.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Why? Why are they gonna put it on my boyfriend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
You're black. Gay! couch. Get. This is where I sleep, you sweaty. Get off the couch, Caleb. Sit somewhere else, you fat.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our...
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just...
Huh? Didn't...
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a...
I see.
He is glad that you can see.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were young.
I've also...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, though that was their name, they did not hunt animals. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended a trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. So, if we were to
For me, our line of work
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you?
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intel.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion.
I remember that you liked those...
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it.
What about you, Monsieur
I fear I do not...
That makes sense. You usually... But I do have one more If we were to create a trap...
Would like for it to be effective, but...
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't... If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, Why?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing...
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that...
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So, Paimon didn't think that... Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that couple.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that?
Ah, have you forgot?
Wait, you are...
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may...
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future, as are the things that you shall see different.
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice.
Hey, it's you who's getting late.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic.
Did she have...
Why, yes. It was Charlotte. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's...
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. But I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around...
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand any...
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but perhaps it is something that you cannot know. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. But even so, perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all...
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said. But also kinda sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
If you want to outrun the law, you need to know how it works.
Yeah! Terra Smash!
lazy ass. Man, what the shit?
Huh? Our names are written in this. Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their... So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The trap... Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her! She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject. Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Turn off the light. Why? Cause my head hurts.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too?
Wait, did he really say...
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when...
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work.
Then what if someone told you one day that this...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon...
Oh, the prophecy. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be... It's more delicious than last time! And the... Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
When you walk up... No. Last time the song because the YouTube ninjas figured out where I live. But... When you walk away, you don't hear me say, please.
Oh! We're near the Steambird office! Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
I'll take the lead today.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you.
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like...
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to...
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me?
What? She said that you're a real...
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request...
Huh? So your article...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've...
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it.
Oh, in that case...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor. Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If... just for...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit... Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use Messenger. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer.
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty... Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat, that would be... No, Paimon should ask... We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went... Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and loudly accusing her of doing nothing. And before she could respond, others started. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found...
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people...
So what happened after that is...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control, and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order, and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone.
So...
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched... That said, I don't think there's much... Good. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to tell you about the situation.
Don't worry, this is more...
Is that so?
like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix. And as we also know, when Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, it would be hard for her to ignore. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to. In that case, there's none of my. This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there.
Should I just give up what was meant to happen? I'm sorry. I am so... Give up, Farina. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than... Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's... Farina, you...
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble? They even dare to tout their Archon! Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too!
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some... That's against the...
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with him! This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here.
What? Oh.
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine, I suppose. I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they display.
Yep, that...
What's happening?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been I once had informants all over Tevat. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. But all my efforts proved to be futile. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. Indeed. I've thought about fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obey. But just now, it all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still... Don't worry. I will keep hope alive. Well, that's enough for now. I got the... Don't take any of what I just said.
Come on! Paimon...
Cher, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. And if Tevat is in its entirety,
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Do not forget, however, that
May I interpret these words as your In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Shh! It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now. I will admit, I'm sorry, everyone. You are not the only one. But now, I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time. Applaud and rejoice. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Oh, no. Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic...
All right, then. Who will be...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tibet. Also, please allow me to ask, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula.
Navia, the
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is... Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, so we arranged for a
So, you mean... the ones who scout...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant mat...
That's right. That house was...
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and... was an Archon. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could... Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to... We had to select a location.
So, in other words...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can get you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, all so that as soon as...
Yes, that is...
Well, Clorand, I must... As for you, Traveler, I suppose you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Oh, let Paimon see! Wait, then that means this stuff. So in other words, we can refer to this... Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you. The words of...
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, just fast forward to... Of course, it is only natural...
That's true.
but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking...
Charge accepted. Lady Farina. Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the if you wish to drop the case.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. And if I was...
That doesn't sound right. First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And
who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use...
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally, but in light of this claim...
Neuvillette sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina...
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone—
Isn't that a huge—
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can it—
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone! Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar! I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? Please?
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our...
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. It has been established that all Fontanians can...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can...
Miss Navia, please
super sorry. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson, including the... So, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro... But, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the...
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many...
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's
Lady Farina, this test has...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refuse...
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on?
Due to the inherent risk of...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me?
Miss Siegewing, if you're present...
Siege, don't be nervous. That should be enough.
Please announce the results.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of... She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina...
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get to...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected, we don't want anyone else...
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually you.
Listen to me, everyone! Think about it! Also, it... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway him. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. Is this sentence really...
Yeah! Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has... But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still...
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any...
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find...
I looked everywhere, and but has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Huh? So what do you see?
I believe I've now made sense.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceit? So when you say Hydro...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine... However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make.
Okay, let's try to recall the content.
First he gets that death sentence, which is up in my opinion.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanid? The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. people dissolving. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at...
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly. We know from the case of the serial disappearance and the first stone slate this might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can... it now. So that, but then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
Incredible.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's truth.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Yeah, isn't the image here just... So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into... In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, when we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the... Now that the slate collection is complete, I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all your hypotheses regarding in the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So you...
That's way too much information for me. I think... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be...
This really might be too much information.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the they have not been dissolved, which implies that the nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation... You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her Therefore, that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it referred...
I think I'm following now. In truth, everything...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what,
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fact about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the However, I believe that rather... As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the...
That doesn't sound...
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only...
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well that whale does not belong to Tevat. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of... Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it...
We just barely managed to push it back.
That is correct. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the...
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale. Anyway, now that we know that...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy, but even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it...
That's not something... We've already done everything. We've come so...
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide. No.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina! No, I still need answers.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, the heavenly principle.
Deceiving the
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. She knew full well that and as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. I had to outwit the heavenly principles. Allow the I'm a genius, I know. I can although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart she could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and her strengths were of a kind only, but in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no... I cannot begin to fathom what she is...
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me, it's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time. Onto the stage. Now, I understand your admiration for my august... All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just feel... Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor, the eyes of countless fun... Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Terra Smash! Terra Smash!
also watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Quick! Terra Smash! Terra Smash! Terra Smash! To dust!
Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh?
Mirror me?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? The people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Oh.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly.
Yes, it will.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but...
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. As for the suffering, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine.
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way.
But how will I...
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn being a human yourself. I'm sure you all remember. your true challenge.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how...
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay, but I promise you...
A trial, huh? The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies, and I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, once again, thank you all for this. I thought I might stammer, but
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be amazed.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone... Right. Mere me sat... Calm down, Verena. Think. Assertive. With a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day... Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having you may consider my previous act a... Now then,
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips, May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House? Besides, none of these trials were the...
If I may be so impertinent, what...
A magnificent, dramatic, and
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, late...
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say.
No need to thank me. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your...
You remember? He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of,
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine
Really?
I'm afraid that they...
Oh, is that so? The day is finally over, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases.
There'll be no need for that.
Lady Farina, I've...
Indeed, my dear Lord...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological...
Understood. Keep monitoring. I don't think I just don't know. I
feel utterly...
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady.
What?
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Really now? This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined, have I? I want to tell someone I've conducted. All I can do is keep heart.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share. That's impossible.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond this, and if Tevat is in its entirety, he's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, no, Farina. But what if... Farina, you've worked so hard. Is it such an outrageous thing to do? If you let this opportunity slip through, think about it. Long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness...
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive, she did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in the... It seems that trusting human...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. How would you build on this foundation to save the...
Ah, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the... I'm sure you've long sensed that the...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you.
And then I became one with the Oratries, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes. Alas, your understand. In truth, it is no enactor.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the my work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the but really, some have already discovered that only the vast majority had to be.
It was all a part.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, but only power.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor. The destruction of that divine throne.
Returning what's rightfully yours. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to... Oh, what? Getting sad again. The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more.
All you've done throughout the years.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Hydro Dragon, I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved. Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea and the heaven. I, for my part, am the god of justice. Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence. So, if the theft of the primordial sea, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine, at last. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have grown. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Judex Nouvellette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and
It's time to end this.
Didn't you say just a moment ago?
I have gained the strength sufficient. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
They don't even know what we just fucking witnessed. Now, I haven't said anything, because, to be honest...
Done my best to separate power from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. So share part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. Resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within. The authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring... That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
Okay, but hear me out. No.
All in all...
Miss Skirk?
The point being...
Well, being that this... So what sort of person is your master?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sir Taloji.
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well...
Ooh! That one we've heard! Rhyme Doctor's part...
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. That the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the... As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been... In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should...
What?
Not to worry. Fossil...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
scans initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
The Solo renewed! The Spina Rasula attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research, the various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the people always call the first researcher mad. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Juria and Navia? They sound like real—
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading—
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch him?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned—
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson.
Stop Charles' vision. Do we really need it though? Also, more importantly, where the hell is Child?
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look.
I'm here to update myself on how things...
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in Our residents are hard at work as well.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible.
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll...
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And...
Oh, wait, just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about...
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo...
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Bro, nah, bro. So I was watching YouTube Shorts and I saw how how do you pronounce it again? The main character's name. Itadori? Yeah, what show? AKK? Yeah. Itadori. Bro, that means something throwing your hands. They said me.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the new. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
Man, bro, in that freaking transition, that makes it me. That nigga said me, run the head. Yes.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too.
That's a...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to—
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and...
It's an honor to finally meet the mushroom.
No need to thank me. But that said,
Of course,
All right then, this way.
Alone, you fat. Bro, I actually hurt my leg. I hurt my leg.
Hey, no need to be so Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear...
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you, then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
Funny, Caleb. Caleb. Ether's face is just... Expressions are fucking hilarious because he just has the blatant really nigga.
Still, if I might ask...
Ha! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get her...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our...
Really? Well, then in...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos.
Is my hair messed up? Please.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Too many USB devices connected. Muska! Don't make me kill you. Stop playing your CPS. Yeah! No. I protected myself. I mean, I technically did in the hard thing. I did. Okay, yeah, but did the punching? Mabel. Mom, Kelp broke some of my ribs. you then?
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the
You're too kind, sir. I believe that.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then... All right, last stop, the docks.
Yes, I do. I'm not a Mexican, Caleb. No one asked. You monkey, King. No, I'm not. I'm the same race as you, monkey. Kel, this is all your fault. Because you exist. That's fucked up. I don't really care. No, it's not!
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but
trick a friend.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Caleb. At least I don't have an anime picture as my background. Yeah, at least I don't make a weird chat. You do. And don't you sit there and lie, because you posted one in Discord. Nah. JJ just said, oh. No. You can go check the group chat right now. You, me, and JJ. He just said, oh. No. He didn't, because I would have got a notification. And as I'm checking my phone right now, there is no notification. So, you're lying.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Okay, but hear me out. That girl that we saw after the boss fight, make her playable, game, right? If you make her playable, I'll pay money.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as
a diplomatic gift?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it.
Are y'all gonna leave? Well, Happy New Year's. I shot a kid in the throat. Hey! Caleb, I don't know who is you talking about, because what friends do you have?
It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant...
Well, that's true, but this isn't...
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
So there's some reason for this that...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Isn't he real big? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the...
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
father.
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishment.
Are you going to take the nose?
That is our duty. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the... As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to...
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent. The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so...
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Yes. Okay.
No two cases are alike. The detail.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! You really are here, Neuvillette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have...
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered! Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you... Alright, let's have it then! How is Fontaine actually...
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign! But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Well, the most important one, and the one reason why we're on this entire journey in the first place.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Never mind, this is my quest. Wow, what does no one know where our sister is?
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
Oh. Wait, so it was Child's fault? Nah, I guess that was Child.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalors had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
What? Actually, reasonable question.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or... In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalors the Hydro Archon, she can finally...
What about you, then? What are your plans?
After Focalors passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power, and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that... As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine as such, it has lost all meaning. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Pyro. Cry. So, we're either going to Snezhnaya or we're going to let a Pyro, which I don't
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
What is that?
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can... As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find... Unlike ancient dragons, such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame.
Well, I guess it just answered my question. Looks like we're going to the land of Pyro, boy.
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the end.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to Lenny earlier, we guessed that there might be some...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intent. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here. I can finally catch the scent of your power. What it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons. But with something very similar to a god's curse mixed. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you...
Of course, you should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've...
According to your parlance,
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young. And I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune. To prevent it, to live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my... personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to...
Master never mentioned them to me. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we...
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I?
That's what she told me. Whether it...
The remains of the third descent. So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could...
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is what...
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be... I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities... I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
No, let's not think about comparing the Traveler to the dead Third Descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of it.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is...
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems...
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt and what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us.
Terra Smash! Yeah! Terra Smash!
Sure. Quake!